Good morning, everyone, or good time zone. Just about there. Sorry. It's the epitome of one of those days. Cannot apologize enough. My roommate overslept, and I didn't want them to Uber to work because, costs an arm and a leg. So I drove them. And then that put me a little bit behind. And then, like, as I was putting up my green screen, of course, one of the part of the rigging that, like, I I knew, I've known for the longest time, because as I put it together, it it's a shower curtain hook, and I'm just like, other dragon, that's not a viable piece to this jigsaw puzzle. It's gonna give way at some point, and this morning was the time. Yeah. So it is streaming without, oh, tech difficulties. Yeah, true enough. Although, I mean, yeah, I guess that would fall under technical difficulties, even if it is, or even if it is, the backdrop falling apart. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, no, no, no need to be sorry. It just, I'm, uh, you know, I'm a little frazzled from that all falling apart, and I'm still, I'm still technically recuperating from my cold. Technically, anyways. On the plus side, my new I decided to spoil myself. I say spoil myself, but I got it from Temu. Probably like the only thing I will ever get from Temu, because I don't know. I don't even know why I did it, but I don't know. It was a moment of weakness, and I liked the floral pattern. So, but this came in the other day. It's super lightweight because I knew anything that would come in from Temu would not be the uh, would not be high quality fabric, and it's not. It's like, um yeah, it's definitely the top layer that you would wear. Yeah, I would definitely say faux satin is probably a good way to put it, especially because it it has a bit of like a tiny bit of stretch to it. So there's probably like a tiny bit of lycra in it, like the most minute amount. Uh, but yeah, what was everybody up to this weekend? I actually did do some work on this plot this weekend, believe it or not. And I say spoil myself. Um, the spoil myself means that I bought it brand new. I didn't go thrifting for once. It was like $11. Ooh, new anime. I also found a new anime that I have fallen in love with. It's by no means particularly good. It's silly as heck. What anime did you find, Kat? It's the anime that I found. It's already on like episode 5. And it's may I ask you one last thing, I think it's called? And it's oh, that one is delightful. I saw that or found that one a little while ago. Love that one. Love his little dragon friend. I have not seen episode 4 yet because I think episode 4 came out of that one. Yeah, B is great. Yeah, I don't know what's with anime lately, but apparently it's the there are tiny dragons popping up every tiny dragons popping up everywhere. There's a tiny dragon companion in a gatherer's adventure in isekai. For anyone familiar with what is it? Um, Campfire cooking is my shoot. It's one of those anime that has like the ridiculously long name. Hold please. Campfire cooking in another world is my absurd skill. There we go. Yeah, so ridiculous. Yeah. Anyways, so they came up with their season 2, and the main character in that anime has like familiars, and spoiler warning, but gets a tiny dragon companion in season 2. Um, and there's an anime coming out next year that I'm hoping gets a dub. I mean, I'll probably still watch it even if it doesn't get dubbed, but I think it's literally called I got reincarnated as a dragon hatchling. And I'm just like, okay, now they're actually making anime just for me. Um, so yeah. Hey Casey, welcome on in. No question. How do you make signs with candles? That's a super easy one. Uh, there are two different ways, or a few. Actually, there's a few different ways actually. For the most part, it depends on which kind of candle you want to use. Most people just use the like homestead candle. I think it's homestead. Maybe might be Kilima. It's just like a single. It is the Kilima candle. Yeah, there you are. And but yeah, and then a lot of people use like either like flooring. Some people use shelves. Either way, you're gonna need a shelf. I already had flooring in my inventory. But then you're just gonna lay out your candles on the ground like this. Some might remember this from back when, during Valentine's, when I did my T plus D out of cutlery. We're just gonna do that. And if you want it on fire, of course, turn them on. Now S6 has like done their darndest to make this not work anymore. But well, we're crafty, so you can either place it like this, or you can just place it like this. If you'd like, you can because the flooring can group select to like the side of the crate like that. All nice and pretty like. So, since we know that, just group select it like this. And there we go. I didn't have my visualizer on. I'm so sorry. Let me do that again. So none of that made sense probably because you did not, no one could see when I was like using Alt or anything. So it was the equivalent to see, of like me saying, "Oh yeah, just do it like do a backflip." What? You can't do that? So if we have it like this, and there we go. That's when we press Alt. And there you go. So now that is one way that you can do this. The secondary way that you might be able to do this, I don't know if it still works. Let's see if it still works. Do I have any walls? I think I have some walls. Because S6 changed how things worked, because of course they did. Because, well, they hate fun. Yeah, so I probably would recommend doing it like this. So you can just place the flooring like this on top of a wall. You used to be able to, like, overlap the flooring with the wall. You can try that. But S6 changed the distance you needed in order to allow placement to work. Because, again, they hate fun. Oh, hey! It still works! Yay! Please, tiny dragon noises. So you can still overlap the wall with the wall with the flooring. Yeah, I don't have one on this particular thing. Actually, I don't think I have anything even similar. I think the closest thing I would have to this would be like how to make a double-sided flower wall. But yeah. So yeah. Hopefully that helps. One thing to note, I did it kind of quickly, so I'll do it again. Because I did have kind of a placement issue when trying to put the flooring on. So let's do that again. Oh, that's annoying. Is to like make it work properly, you need the floor to like be perfectly overlapped with the wall. Otherwise, you're gonna have problems. I wonder if we're having problems now because we're attached to the crate. Gosh, this game gives me an aneurysm sometimes. Ages me horribly. Also, enjoy your lurk, cat. Much love. So if you find that it's not overlapping properly, just go and attach, like, group select. Like 2 independent flooring to the side of the wall. Then, I mean, you can either remove the one wall or the one floor, or, you know, if you need a bigger space, you can leave that one floor because you know, you need the flooring anyway for your sign. So yeah. I'm also kind of curious, because I'm a curious dragon. I wonder if you can just like attach the floors. You're very welcome. I also have like a third option that's kind of ridiculous. It's spooky. This might work, might not. So flooring. So after you put your candles down, if you group select a spider web, yeah, you can just do that. if you if you'd like. You could just wholesale do that. If you have a wall available anyway, you could just group select the sign onto the wall. And that one requires having a spooky spiral cobweb. Yeah, we're just going to throw it inside. Fall fast. I think that should work. Let me because I think the spider web, yeah. So you should, yeah. So just like what I just did with like the other wall, you should be able to just group select this spiral cobweb, and then that'll let you put the flooring directly onto your pillar. Or if your sign is like multiple pieces, now it'll be centered on like the piece of flooring that you're group selecting. But that being said, there are ways to get around that, meaning that you just need to like group select something else. Brain, please function. Sorry, it's a little bit early for me. My problem solving is still booting up. So if we center this pillar in between our floors. Oh, I swear to Rao. Come on. Don't even try. You know what I want to do. There we go. There we go. And then we go like this. Then we go like that. Yeah, there we go. And that'll center the two floors in the middle of that in the middle of that sucker. Maybe attach the flooring together. They were independent of one another. So maybe make them one assembly. So that was hilarious. Le boop. Le boop. It just does not want to do what I want. Okay. I'm going to leave this alone. I wonder what happens if just I just use the spider web. Can, can can I has the one? Okay, it lets me has the one. Can I has cheeseburger? Jeez. Uh, but yeah, on another note, I did do stuff on this plot over the weekend, that some weird stuff. When Drake Lance comes or pops in, I kind of stole this from his plot. Kind of. Kind of. I don't know. He didn't use it as like a sky, but I kind of want to do more, but maybe, who knows. I still need to make more plush. Currently we have 2 dancing Palcats. Still not sure if I want to redo those. We might. Have I made any spooky stuff? Not entirely. I think the spookiest thing I've made so far has been this. I've been kind of going more for, like, whimsical. I just kind of have an idea. Oh, yes. It was Little Ghost. And it looks like a cave ceiling. Wish they made the artwork match the... Oh, Mama, you just gave me an idea. Thank you. Although that makes me realize that I need to dismantle it again. That son of a biscuit. I don't wanna take it apart again. Oh, I guess I could just do item cancellations. It's just that I've already like dismantled this front part again. I might just take out this essence thing because it's proving to be more work than it's worth. It's cool. It's a cool concept, but it's just so much work. It's just so much work. to make anything substantial of it. Just so much work. Maybe I'll just leave the one little bit. I don't know, I might just be exhausted from this morning. There was like some chatter about a tutorial that was released this weekend that I was trying to see if it would actually work or not. And so far it doesn't look good. Someone's claiming that they can get a harvest house on a Winterlight Spread present. Yeah, you saw that as well? Yeah. And the funny, or not funny in a good way, but like in their tutorial, they claim that the glitch works with the Alchemist House, the Harvest House, and the Grand Harvest House, but does not work with the Gazebo, Pavilion, etc. And I'm just like, that's completely contradictory to the original tutorial, which was, or like the original like publication, which was released by Drakelance, or anyone that was unaware. Which I think, like, or I can't even remember if the original findings were like made by Drakelance or Zyro, but yeah. In any case, the person that like made the tutorial is like, okay. So I was trying very hard to like give them the benefit of the doubt and like attempt to like test it and see if I could replicate it. And even like under like sterile conditions on my testing plot, and like completely cleaned of all items, and I took off the landscape and unless there's like some other factor at play, which the only other factor that I could potentially see, and that's actually why I was wearing my Chappa onesie, was because I noticed that they were wearing like in the tutorial they were wearing they were wearing Little Red. which is specifically it's a one piece. So I was just like, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. The next thing is like, maybe it has something to do with the fact that I'm using a male avatar. I don't know. How would clothing tie into glitching? I don't know. It it's um the coding in this game is so weird. And yeah, it's basically just a matter of like looking at the footage and attempting to replicate the conditions that are present in that footage as accurately as possible. So that is um, um, that's kind of why when it comes to making, or when people ask me questions that are, or like say that they're having issues, I try to ask as many questions as possible so I can replicate the conditions that they're having as accurately as possible so I can troubleshoot. Kind of like what we're doing right now. So a pumpkin arch. Depends on which pumpkins we would like to make float in, like, what fashion. Last year I did a float arch similar to, we just pop over to my Steamworks plot. So there's something called coordinate floating. That's the most simplistic way to do it. Sorry, this plot takes a hot minute to load. So this is the most simplistic way to do a pumpkin arch, and something called coordinate floating. Or at least that's what I call it. And that is the answer to your question, Mama, is yes, you can make plants float. 100%. You just need the proper, or the correct anchor, basically. Since you it kind of goes into the old flowchart, basically. Our good old flowchart. Does it have a placeable surface on top of it? Yes or no? Since plants and pumpkins do not have a placeable surface on top of it, they both fall under the we need some type of anchor and we need to do some type of a float arch. And there is Automatic Tiny Dragon doing their job for once. So I will leave you with a materials list to grab before we pop out for our self-care break, because I do need to grab some water before we go into this demonstration. Okay, so we are going to need pumpkins. Also, hey Aria. Happy time zone, hun. Much love, dear. And lovely to see you. So we're going to need pumpkins of whatever variety you would like to use. Does not really matter which kind. We are going to need 1 floor. Does not matter what kind. Do not worry, as it will not be visible once we're done. It will be under the ground. We're going to need paver. Actually, we're going to need several pavers. Alternatively, you can use dishware. Sorry, not dishware is not an item. Dinner plates. Alternatively, you can use dinner plates for your coordinates. Hey, Widget. Much love, darling. Dessert plates are also very good coordinates or dessert plates can also be used as coordinates, as well as dessert bowls if you have those on hand. And that should be good. As well, what we're about to do also works if you want to make a leaf arch. Either using the leaf pile or spooky fall leaves. Okay, I'm going to switch to the Be Right Back screen and I'll see everybody shortly. All right, and we're back, everybody. Now, before the break, we were just talking about prep for doing a float arch. Personally, for these types of projects, I like to use just a builder's floor of some kind. And of course, let me grab out our big old rainbow dragon. We will be doing a lot of item cancellations. And then we're just going to mark out pretty much where our arch is going to go. And you can have it go in, a traditional arch shape, or in, some crazy shape, like how the Paltech was laid out. Now, something to note, or that you might want to do, either before or after laying down your coordinates, probably after, is placing your builder's floor down, and then just making sure that your points are at least that far away from each other. Happy Tuesday, Angie. And basically what this does is just helps your arch not really have any overlap, but at the same time not have any gaps. Definitely a good thing we caught that. Okay. Now lastly, where our anchor floor is going to sit is actually below all of our points. Because remember, this floor is going to be inside of, our floor is going to be in the ground when we flip up our arch. Okay. We're going to pick up all of these floors. I think we're going to move that up. Actually. One thing I did forget to mention is that we're going to put down, you can either put down a paver or another plate where your anchor is. And this is what I like to call the go home plate or the return plate. What this does is return our anchor back to its starting location after each of our item cancellations. Now, without this plate here, we would have to manually reset our anchor after each item cancellation. So this little plate here is very important. All right, now we're ready to go. So we move to coordinate 1. Actually, wait, sorry. It's been a hot minute since I've done one of these. We don't want to move to coordinate 1. We actually move to the furthest coordinate, believe it or not. After performing the item cancellation over here, we just put down some pumpkins. Yeah. This is, depending on the items that you're using, this could be the reason why you're getting an error sorry. I have a cough drop. I'm really trying not to like suck it into the mic. This could actually be the reason you're getting error messages. Because if you start with this coordinate point as opposed to like the furthest coordinate point, you'll start running into your coordinates. So now that we've placed some pumpkins down, we can go to our go home plate, grab it, place it down, and now see when we go to our next coordinate, They'll snap from our item cancellation. And we just continue on. Coordinate 3. And coordinate 4. We messed up on coordinate 3. It's probably why my brain went back to coordinate 3 just subconsciously. It's just like, you messed up there, buddy. Now see, here's something that's very important to note. If you accidentally move your go home plate, like I just did, I'm very glad I did this, be sure to correct that right away. Otherwise, all of your subsequent floats are going to be incorrect. So I'll do that again. So I accidentally nudged it. So my anchor was sitting like that. So every single float that I would do from here would have been skewed by half of a square. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but trust me. It adds up. Yeah, I think we're gonna try a different go home plate because this one's getting annoying. This is kind of why I like using the smallest paver. The big wooden paver is a little lopsided. Biscuits, we're on coordinate 5, I think. This is the one drawback to coordinate floating, and why I sometimes remove the coordinates or like mark them off. In some way. Oh, now I remember what I used to do. Because ADHD problems. Um, and thank you for mentioning labels, because yes, that is what I used to do. As I mentioned, it's been a hot minute since I've done this. I used to have some type of marker that I would move through. Yeah, I didn't used to remove them. I I would kind of like this green pumpkin. I don't know why there's. Why would they make a green pumpkin of all things? Sorry. Um, but yeah, I would have a marker that I would move through the plates. We are definitely going to need to switch to a different type of pumpkin pretty soon. That moment when you realize you don't have enough materials. You're just like, cool. Yeah, it's okay. Just means we can show what the other ones that I mentioned, because I mentioned the like leaf pile. I almost like the leaf pile a little bit more because due to the lack of collision, you can be a bit more laissez-faire with the design. Yeah, they used to be fun or a bit more fun to play with. Um, like last year because they used to have like a node system similar to the garden pots. And in it or in like in the nodes you could put the the Winterlight's presence in them, so you could use those nodes to stack them together. So you technically could you could have made just like a freestanding arch out of the leaf piles. Kind of regretting not ever doing that. Because, I mean, nowadays it would be an artifact. But, you know, hindsight's 2020. Or wait, do they take that? Um, I think they are only floors for floors now. Or wait, hold please. I think they're also for roofs or on the Alchemist. Yeah, you can put them on the Alchemist roof. Yeah. Missed opportunity. Right there. But yeah, you can put them on the Alchemist roof, but who knows? At some point, you could also put them on tabletops. And then they decided to change that, though, because, you know, S6 is anti-fun. Did I mention that we're going to need a shelf? Because we're going to need a shelf. Sorry, that is an important bit. I'm assuming I didn't, because there is not one in my inventory. We're gonna use the magic of Halloween to get it to rotate. Nope, not like that. I already do have a small paver here, so we are going to use small wood slab paver to do this shtick. Now we are going to place it on the left side of the shelf. We're going to flip it up into the air. So it's facing upwards like that. I think that's right. Hold please. I just need to, again, it's been a hot minute since I've done this. Yeah, this is right. Basically, you want the placeable surface of the wood slab paver facing towards the direction of your archway that you've made. If that makes sense. I hope it does. And then what we're going to do is we're going to place a crate. Again, it doesn't matter what kind of crate, because it's not going to stick around. And we're going to place it so there's a little space between the crate and the floor. And we want to make sure that there is enough of a space so the paver can fit in that space comfortably. Comfortably is very important. Now we're going to group select the crate so the crate is picking up our floor. You roll. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. That would be because I'm legitimately shady. Any questions? All right. If I did lose anybody anywhere, please don't hesitate to mention. Okay. I do have a demonstration up on YouTube already, or it's for something similar. Like it's the same concept. It's for making like a flower heart or something. It's in the demonstration archive. But it goes over coordinate floating. Thank you very much for the reminder, Mama. Anybody else have anything that they needed help with? Out of curiosity, since we're already, kind of in that, we already have that hat on right now. I was gonna say, what if I could? The day I could. I have a list. He did. Mainly because if I could make myself a new body, I would. I would make myself a new body. And that's mainly because I have not been good to my body. Holy heck. Like, I get up and my body sounds like bubble wrap. My wrists sound like cement mixers. I think that's probably the advice I would give younger me. It's just like, caffeine is fine, just also drink water. Holy heck. That and probably maybe you have ADHD. That's the other advice I'd give younger me. Of course we're lagging out. That's okay. You ate how many Rice Krispies? That's a new one. Definitely haven't heard that one before. And at least we got that bok choy in. Interesting. Okay. So we need onions, we need tomatoes, wheat. I think that's it. Ooh, this is a little bit of a nightmare because I normally use the tomato plants as like markers for where stuff goes. Okay. Hey, good time zone, Drake Lance. Hey, you're actually, wait, you're here. That means I can show you something before I potentially take it down. Yeah. Because, yeah, pretty much. I wanted to show you something that made that was like inspired on by your work, but I don't think I like it, so I was basically waiting to show it to you so I could take it down. There. Let me just get some production going. Or I guess more production. It's one of those things that you gotta see it. Dang it. There we go. I was just like, I know I'm not crazy. Made it work. I mean, you can just you don't need to come over. You can just I can just show it to you via stream. It's all good. It does not need to take up any of your time. It's not that interesting. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. It's okay. Just, it's one of those, like, I like it. I don't love it. I hate it, actually. That is what I was kind of going for. It's more like the coverage is too small to be meaningful. So, like, to actually get anything meaningful, I would need to do so much. Because, like, yeah, that's the thing. I only have 6. And it would also be like, actually no, I have more than 6, but uh I only have 6 that aren't in use. And I am not, I repeat, I am not tearing apart projects for this. So, and I mean, I already have mildly torn apart some projects for the sake of this one. Only in that, like, I've taken trees because I always forget how long it just how long it takes to grow trees. Like, even with the like overcharging your watering can, it takes so hecking long to grow trees. Like, I just don't have it in me. I'm always just like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. And then it's just like, uh, it's like for the amount of time it takes to grow trees, I am now I'm now in favor of it should in fact give EXP to grow trees. 100%. Flowers? No. Nah. But like the amount of time it takes to water trees, you should get gardening EXP when you finish growing a tree. Like, seriously, what the heck? It takes so long. And I think there might be a bug. Either that or it, because at some point, like, either that or I'm crazy, but at some point, it seems to skip a day. Yeah, here we go. So like these these birch trees are currently in the skip a day stage. But, you know, who the heck knows? Okay. And of course, pet's bugging out. Will the unskip? What? No. That being said, I could try maybe leaving and then coming back. Let me just water these ones. But that being said, maybe I mean, I could have maybe watered them and forgot about it. Who knows? This is like how, like, I literally do not remember a time where I like have not been watering trees. That's how long it takes. Hey, dude. Like this batch of birch trees is from the batch of trees that I was growing, like from stream last week. And like, sure, part of that is that, ADHD problems, but shouldn't invite caviars. I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna pass my tree problems off onto somebody else. How is it? Self-care time. Apparently, automatic tiny dragon is sensing my self-care issues. You were joking. Yeah, I vaguely remember when Kafir mentions how many like flow trees they do, and like it always like that always breaks my brain. And then I realize, that's what I'm doing wrong. Um, and there's the secondary notification for the self-care break. Okay. Yeah, the sorry, my brain's not braining right now. The supercharging your watering can be a bit dicey sometimes. So like always be like super careful with it. But on that note, I will be back after the self-care break, so I'll see everybody shortly. Alright, welcome back everybody. So something I wanted to mention about the supercharging your watering can. Sorry, hold please, brain, please function. Right. If slash when you do supercharge your watering can, make sure you don't cook anything before leaving your plot. Because when I did try to cook something, bad things happened. To the point where like I had to just like reset my entire game. Yeah, I probably could have just like left through the front gate, but I just reset my game to make everything go back to square one. It's basically the nuclear option for when things are going wrong. As a note, this has nothing to do with the event that's going on right now. I've been wanting to experiment with different profit margins lately, and that's all. As far as I'm concerned, the event that's going on can go fly a kite. And it's definitely not worth my time. Interesting. And yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, that I also don't really cook unless I have to. I would like to cook more. Maybe, I don't know. I just still find cooking to be stressful. Yeah, what's my ranching at? My ranching is still at 8. I haven't even been to my I haven't been to my ranch in so long out of sheer guilt. Yeah. Because I let go, and then all the animals are so sad. I'm just like, well, I never want to go here ever again. Well, way to 100% kill your new gameplay mode for me by using weaponized guilt, which I definitely have trauma over. S6. Not going to unpack that at all. Absolutely not, sir. And or ma'am, or however you self-identify. But yeah, enough of that. Yeah, I'm with you there too. Just stresses me the F out. And that's about it. That's that's a great way to put it. Hey, Zaza. Okay, let's put this baby to bed because I no longer want to look at this anymore. This is one of those things that, we tried and it didn't work. But, at least we tried. At least we tried. Also, congrats on finishing your Halloween plot. Wish I could say the same. But, it's because you know me. It's because we we took a sharp left turn mid-project, and now it's probably not going to get done. Who's surprised? No one. As a surprise to no one. Oh, because you're making Halloween decorations IRL. Fair enough. Luckily, IRL, we are not Halloween people. Actually, we don't want to be, just because we're poor. I'm sure if, like, actually, you know what? It's not even that. I think it's more like if we didn't like rent our house, I might get like more into like the different holidays. But like because we do rent our house and like we've been like renters for so long, I'm like always worried about like decorating or doing any kind of like modifications to the house that might go over poorly with the whatever landlord we have at the time. So I was grabbing a shelf. Oh my god, maybe that's why I fixate so much on Palia. Oh my god, is that why I fixate so much on Palia? Because I realize I'll never have a house in real life? Holy heck. Let's just breeze past that one, shall we? Oof. Oof. That just got real. Oh yeah, I know. Homeownership just comes with its own form of rent. Because instead of rent, you're paying mortgage, and then on top of that, you're paying taxes with that. So Yeah. Also, you have yourself a great day, Angie. Much love, hon. And I mean, the last few landlords I've had, well, let's just say I've gotten very good at plumbing. And in the last place, minor furnace repair. Huh. What were we doing? Right. I was getting rocks. Oof. Good luck. I hope that goes okay. That sounds absolutely dreadful. I mean, that is a plus. Yeah, that is very, that is the negative part of all of that, is that you pay just in different ways. I always got a first hand, or a front row seat, rather, to that type of thing with my mom when I was a kid, because she had fibromyalgia. So, anyone out there in the audience that has that, yes, I am definitely aware that it is a real thing. I am definitely the last person who need to justify yourself to. Because, yeah. You know, it's not the same as like going through it yourself, but being a kid and a teenager and kind of seeing the person who's your primary caregiver going through that and just not being able to help them. So it's a lot. And just kind of not really knowing what's wrong. So sorry. I try not to talk about these things. And plus, this is starting to look like something. Not really sure what, but something. Okay, that's getting there. Hey, Raspberry. Doing alright? How are you? Oh, thanks. It's kind of gone back to my natural hair color. And my natural semi-curl. But thank you very much for the compliment. Sorry to hear that. Or I guess you said you have had worse days. So you're kind of in the middle. Sounds like you're probably, or maybe, somewhere similar to where I am. Maybe. Maybe not exactly the same, but somewhere similar. Because that's about where I feel that, like, I've definitely had better days. I've definitely had worse. I've definitely had better. But it's definitely one of those days that you just you know, we could decide to go lie in bed and do nothing. But instead of that, let's just not. Instead, we're gonna make something. I don't know what, but we're gonna make something. At the moment, we're making some kind of archway that's for our, it's supposed to be a Halloween type plot. I wanted it to be like a covered entrance for our, it's supposed to be like a little, like, thicket meeting area. I really wish that we had some way to like tamp down the grass that yes. thank you for yeah, up in ceremonial grounds. That is exactly what I was going for. Thank you for finding the words that had escaped me. Because that is kind of like a witchy coven type deal. As opposed to like you know, some kind of witchy cottage. I kind of wanted more of like the not, dang it, I think equinox is fall. That could work. Now that you mention it. That being said, I think the equinox was in September, I want to say. Ooh, that, okay. Raspberry, you're definitely onto something. I love it. Also, yes. You, Drake Lance, did you have any ideas? Aside from like someday I just hope S6 gives me a like a dirt text or various different textures. That is like my main wish list is like actual pathing items. That would be nice. Like people, like everyone should go try, like just go try. Like you don't need to buy the entire game. Just go play the Tiny Glade demo. It's phenomenal. And the way they do pathing in that game is amazing. I think I vaguely remember that. That was a while ago. Holy biscuits. Especially if it was before them releasing. It's okay. The only reason why I still do it is so I can do demonstrations for the most part. But for anybody that hasn't played Tiny Glade, just as a note, imagine how how the soil item, like for our garden plots, work. Imagine that, more or less, but for pathing. Which, funny enough, do you know what I said forever and a day ago that S6 should do? Is just copy the soil item for pathing. You can probably find, like, if you go far enough back in my Discord messages on the main Pally Discord, you can probably find the part or the message where I say that to like whatever developer used to hang out in the decor chat. But I was just like, there's already an asset for dirt. It's the soil item. Just give. And then there was like a slew of people making fun of me for wanting a dirt item, and I was just like, make fun of me all you want. But like, it has a million uses. Maybe not a million, but there's a lot of uses. Yeah. Oh, well, no, like, for pathing, for flower beds, for like just if you copy over the like the item for soil, because of how it operates, it deletes grass. That's how it operates. Wherever you place down soil, it deletes grass. So that solves so many decor issues for so many things when you realize that. So for pathing, for flower beds, for underlays, for so many different things, for anywhere that you want there to not be grass. you put the item down, delete the grass. And if you want to be really spicy with this item, because it would be really nice, have it so it's not bound to the ground area. And so we could put it on top of building blocks. And suddenly we can now, or even better, just allow us to place it anywhere. If you want to be really, really, really spicy, you could make the dirt item like the size of either in multiple sizes or the size of a Winterlight's Red present. So we could, like, you know, make it the size we want. But, you know, I'm getting ahead of myself. Might be asking a bit too much. Because now we're getting outside of just asking for a copy and paste of the soil item. Did we not? Apparently we didn't. Where's the Ravenwood thing? Oh, no, it's right there. Lol. Yeah, dirt, and the other thing that would be that's high on my wish list, like along with dirt, is craftable modification kits. I'm so tired of running back to town for modification kits. Like, so tired. I cannot... I can't even explain how tired I am of running back to town for modification kits. It has been so long. And I've sent in so many feedback forms requesting for craftable modification kits. And it's like, please, 6. Can we have, has, especially because like at this point in the game there are so many like so many gold sinks. And largely I don't. Largely I spend it broke. But I garden for the most part. So my gardening is my highest level. Which, for anyone watching on their phone, my gardening is level 460. I am a Palia shut-in. My gardening would be higher if I gardened more, but my garden gets largely ignored because, well, I hyperfixate on decorating. So, yeah. Beyond that, for the most part, a lot of my, we kind of went over this a few streams ago. Oh yeah, and my decorating, or yeah, and if decorating was a skill that you got EXP for, I don't even know how high that would be. My garden is a setup that I call an AFK garden. So it's one that I plant and I forget about it because, well, I do. I forget about it all the time. So it's set up in a double torus. Let me enunciate better, because if anybody is watching the closed captions, in a double torus, it's in a double donut shape. Oh my gosh. Meaning that the inner circular shape and the outer circular shape are offset slightly so that they give the same buff to the inner circular shape. And it's 100% watered, 100% harvest boosted, 100% weeded. So I can just plant it, forget about it, come back at some point when I remember, and chances are that something is probably going to be ready to be harvested. If I forget about it for long enough, the entire thing is probably going to be ready to be harvested. So, your most recent question, for both you and Drake, did I come to this game specifically for the building/decor? I did not actually. I came to this game at the beginning of, not exactly the beginning necessarily, sorry. But actually, I don't really get to tell this story very often, so here we go. I was super burnt out in my last MMORPG called New World. And I mean like super burnt out. I was what's referred to as a healer main. So that is someone who mains. I mean, it's pretty much what for anyone that is not familiar with normal MMORPGs. That's someone who mains the healer class, either, normally cleric or some type of support role that your job is to heal your party. And in a nutshell, that game, at least when I was playing it, the community, they had such a hate on, like they hated healers. I don't know what it was. It probably was because it was such a PvP focused game where games like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV are more PvE focused. So PvP is player versus player, and PvE is player versus environment. And healers in player versus player tend to make it not very fun. Because when you're about to get a takedown on an opposing player, and to be a little bit choosy there, a healer can very easily wreck that by shielding, by any number of things, basically. And in New World specifically, the developers seemed to be incapable of effectively balancing the healer spec of their game. Could not tell you why, but it just seemed to be constantly at odds with the PvP in the game, and like for the longest time the healer and support role was just ignored, and it was just like, okay, well, I'm like starved for content here, and I was like saying that in like the online forums and like the Discord, and like everybody's just like, oh, I don't know, like you're crazy, and basically just like gaslighting me that the game is like amazing. And then finally the first paid expansion for the game was about to launch, in which the developers were like, oh, there's finally going to be a new healer weapon that's going to come out. And I was just like, finally, after the game being out for 2 years, there's finally going to be some content for, like for me. And they went like completely 180. And it went from like it being a new healer weapon to it being like a support weapon. And it was just like, oh, okay. Great. And like the entire community is just like, what do you mean? They never said it was going to be a new healer weapon. And it was like, and I like went back to and like found the interview because, you know, I'm me. I am who I am. And I'm the exact same tiny dragon that I was then, that I am now. And I found the interview, and I found the exact frame where they said, "Yeah, we're bringing out like a new healer weapon that we think everyone's gonna love." And I like posted that. I'm just like, this didn't age well. So, and yeah, after that, everybody just started the like gaslighting campaign of like, oh, well, we don't need a new healer weapon. And like, why do you think we need a new healer weapon? I'm just like, because the healers have been using the same weapon for like 2 years. And we didn't want something to supplement the healer weapon. We wanted something to replace it. And so, yeah, after that, a friend of mine was like, so there's this beta coming out for this cozy game. And I was just like, huh, cozy MMO. That sounds fun. And it's free to play, you say? Hmm. And one thing led to another, and now I'm apparently a streamer and a content creator on YouTube. And yeah. That was a lot of word vomit. Tip your healers, basically. Because otherwise, they turn into tiny dragons like me. I think the funniest thing is, even like back in New World, I was still finding ways to like wreck that game like I do in Palia. Just in different ways. You know, ad break. for the pure shiggles. I decided to like search up New World. And it, so as a note, it used to be um like noted as and it championed as like one of the um more customizable and most customizable MMOs, because you could like choose between two weapons and you could freely swap between the two of them. As well, you could like pick like pick your armor and whatnot. But apparently it looks like they might have just finally decided that that's too hard to balance. That's kind of funny. I'm sure the player base loved that. Wonder when that change came in. MMOs. How have I been enjoying it? As far as I've been able to do stuff, it's been okay. Also, hi, Atsy. I've kind of stalled out a bit in my progression, but it's been going okay. I need to get over my social anxiety and recruit actual people into guild, so it's more than me, myself, and I, and the other me, myself, and I. Wish I was joking. I mean, there is, Atsy's alt, and which is greatly appreciated. But yeah, It has been. It's been okay for the most part, and then aside from, you know, what always seems to happen, in free to play games, except I don't fully understand. I mean, the scammers are coming, or the scammers have come in in full force. So like hey, come here to purchase orbs. And it's like, mm-hmm. How, like, do people even fall for this? I mean, I'm assuming someone must have to fall for it for like people to actually do it. But yeah. Also, like, what? There's an item that I still have yet to see in game yet, and that makes me annoyed and perturbed. And it is the wrench that helps with furniture crafting, and that has kind of I was kind of hoping to see it once got to the guild shop, but it's not there. And so once I saw that, I really kind of lost a lot of momentum on a lot. And yeah, furniture crafting is like so rough, and like that was like my biggest critique during the beta is like how rough it is. Yeah, no, they're like the wrench I'm talking about is one that allows you to like instantly skip the craft time. Um and it doesn't have it's like the only item in the game so far that does not have or at least that I've seen, it does not seem to have a obtained via X. So Yeah. Displeased tiny dragon noises. And so like I've I've been hesitant to like put any of my support publicly behind the game. Like aside from like, you know, the couple of streams that I've done, and like I might stream more of it. But like it doesn't like the feedback that I put in during the open beta, like I realized that there was a quick turnaround between the open beta and the launch. Like there was barely a month because the PBR ended like, when did it end? It ended sometime in September, I think. And yeah, and then it like and then it launched October 10th. So I'm just like, so that was basically just like that was not a beta test. That was definitely like a, yeah, exactly. It was just a pre-release, like a, that was basically just to like show the, like, get content creators footage, and then you see where I'm going with this. Drum up publicity. So yeah, I mean that is understandable that it would be, because like that like that version would be like they don't have to translate things. That being said, is the like is the other version, what the heck is going on here? Oh my gosh, did we find the, please tell me this isn't the dead zone. Apparently the dead zone still exists on this plot. Also, enjoy your lurk there, hun. Oh, I also missed like 2 follows. From Smalls and Nellabites. Sorry. I was doing a throat lozenge again. So I can, sound like a human being. But Nellabites, thank you so much for the follow, as well as Smalls. And Nella, hope you enjoy your lurk, lovey. Where wouldn't have? Let's just pop to. I mean, plenty of them wouldn't. Let's just pop to Gale Wind. I also just want something with semi-decent light. You're very welcome, man. Wait. How many yachts? Make things go a tad slower, but it'll make it better in the long run, I think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there we go. Nice. get the feeling we're probably gonna need more of these. Sugar. Which means we're gonna need more modification kits. Alright. You win this round, S6. Scrunchy dragon face. On the plus side, we have some coin. On the negative side, what the heck? Wanted to, on the negative side, I wanted to spend that on other stuff. Hmm. I'm glad that we can just buy those now. I do kind of wish I could get I could sell back the packs that I purchased, but, you know, whatever. No Dimanche and all that. Thank you. I wish that felt like a grant-worthy moment. Personally, I feel like I was... personally, I feel like S6 just like stole 10 grand from me. Basically every single time I am forced to purchase modification kits, it feels like they are like taking currency from me because it's like it's the only system that you like. The only way to use it is by purchasing coin or purchasing through like with gold. That, but at this point in the game, Bash, there are so many gold sinks. There are so many gold sinks. Would you like an itemized list? I can make you one. Also, hey Bash. Also, uh, someone, why is my chat not letting me scroll up? Okay, there we go. Yes, we had, there we go. Miss Zombie. I love that. How do you make a cave? It depends on how much, basically how much effort you want to put in. That's, and sorry, I'm not trying to, ignore you, illuminated, or illuminate, just as a note. I'm just, trying to get to the questions in the order that they came in. Okay, appreciate it. So sorry, my brain is short-circuiting for a second. There we go. Now we're good. So Miss Zombie, if you're still hanging around. Thanks, Bash. You have no idea how long I've been looking for a piece like this that was, kind of cozy. Okay. I think just in case, Miss Sam. Sorry, I keep stumbling over zombie because I have a lozenge in my mouth. I'm so sorry. It's giving me a bit of a lisp. So please forgive me. In any case. So depending on if you want to make a cave that's very large or one that's, on the smaller side, Or if we just pop over to like my tiny hoard, which you have to forgive me. I kind of went through a bit of a thing the other day. And I was like gonna change it, and then anyways. Then there's like this kind of a cave that's, on the smaller side. There's this kind of a piece. There's this kind that's like all stacked. So that's kind of what I meant by really depends on how much effort you're wanting to put into it. Which, if anyone needs for like to reference the material back, I do have a tutorial on YouTube. I think it's called it was called one thing, and now it's called how to tilt terrace pieces. Yeah, it was originally called Basics of Earthbending, and then I realized that that name wasn't very descript. Okay, you would like to create a big walkthrough cave. Okay, that definitely gives a bit more. I'm sorry. Sorry if I stall out every now and again. I'm still getting over a cold, hence the lozenge. So just imagine these as just a tiny dragon is buffering. Okay. None of those are what I wanted to do. Gotta love when, like, Twitch is just like, here are all the bad things you can do to people. And it's just like, what if I want to do something good? There, I think. Great Clancy, you should be able to post links now if you. At least I think. I think I gave you the proper. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. I love it when things actually work. materials. That's what I was trying to do. Oh yeah, I'm not even sure if it, yeah, probably wouldn't, which is actually kind of weird. So we're gonna need a shelf because of course we will, but it's one of those things that of course I know that, but do I tell it to you guys? Of course not. That'd be crazy. So you don't need 25 shelves, just one is perfect. If you want to grab a second, if you are going to do some weird angles, you can. Otherwise, one shelf is perfectly enough. Hey, Snark Hunter. How you doing there, hon? Then, of course, you're going to need a lot of terrace pieces. You can get varying sizes, or you can have just one size. Either is perfectly fine. Now, there is also two ways that you can do this. You can either build your cave/cavern area how I have it here, that is built on top of a terrace piece, or you can build it how I have it over here, that it looks like it's built on terrace pieces. However, it's not. You go inside of this, it's actually on crates. You see, there's actually crates all over there. And it's the same with over here. All of this is crates. For the purposes of this cavern that we're going to make, let's build the version that is built off of a terrace piece. Because, you know, why not? Right, I've been wanting to pick this up. Sorry, just hold please. Just reclaiming some terrace pieces. All right. First thing you're going to want to do is attach your terrace piece to your shelf. And we're going to do that by using a crate that is on top of a terrace piece, a crate that's on the ground beside the terrace piece. I'm going to group select the crate that is on the ground, and that will allow you to attach it to your shelf. I'm just trying to think of the best way to do this. We might actually want to go for that double rotation that I was talking about. I know I said we were going to go for simple, but you know, simple is also boring. Because if we do it this way, we can try and match that and then put it like that. And doesn't that sound fun? Isn't that funner? More fun? Shifty eyes. Now this one is going to be a little bit weird. And bear with me. So for starters, we're going to do something very similar to what we did before. So create on the ground, create up top. Simple-ish, right? Now we're going to complicate it a little bit because we're going to grab a rock. Don't worry. It's not going to get too weird. Now put the rock on top of the crate that's on the ground. And now you're going to group select that rock instead of the crate. And now this is going to allow us to both place that crate up there and ignore collision. Darn it. Almost. Or also, if you want, you can use it to ignore collision with terrace pieces. Are you kind of following along? Zombie? For the most part, what we're doing is just rotating, group selecting, so we can save on space and okay. That's okay. Did you at least get this, like, this yard work terrace piece up on the shelf? Oh, okay. That's perfectly fine. I can back it up. It's all good. Mm. Grr. Not sure if if the other shelf is necessary. You don't need to do both. Also, I forgot that you can do this part. If you can group select the builder's wood crate, and it allows you to scooch the terrace piece further in to this wooden crate. So that'll just help with you still need the rock on top afterwards, of course, but just you get a better placement if the crate is like inside of their terrace piece. So, yeah. Oh, bash. In any case, whenever you have, or if you're able to get like your piece in, you then how do I best describe this? Sorry, it's kind of hard to describe or explain because I equate this to working with clay. So rotating the shelf is kind of like you're smoothing the clay along the axis. At least that's what I picture. So when I bring out the next tile and like check to see if the angle is proper, and so I check it and just like, okay, that's not smooth. Then like we're kind of getting there. Getting even closer. And also, Bash, your random comments are always very welcome. Turned it too much. Shoot. I keep missing the ad notifications. You're terrible. Dash. Love you, but you're terrible. You're horrid for my health. Finally. And because that happened during ad breaks, can't do it. Yay! Son of a biscuit. 17 months. Been together 17 months, Bash. My gosh. Wait, that sounded bad. Let's just ignore that. I didn't say anything. Let's just move on with our lives. Also, welcome back from the break, everybody. I totally did take a break there. Poker face. I totally didn't realize that we might have been using the wrong piece for our jigsaw puzzle. But, yeah. I'm starting to remember why doing this kind of work annoys the heck out of me. But, you know, here we are. And the question did come up, so. But, you know, at least. You know, little Miss Zambi knows that you're not alone in your frustration, whatever you're feeling. As well, those little accoutrements that you can add as you're building up are little rocks, either facing inwards or facing outwards. Sheesh, I'm adorable. Okay, let's try and get this piece right here. Or no, let's continue building upwards a bit more. Mhm. And honestly, a lot of this is just feeling out where the next piece is going to go. If I'm being honest, there's no real rhyme or reason. I kind of joke, maybe a bit too much, about how I don't really have a plan for most of these things. It's because I don't, more often than not. I don't really have a plan. And it comes right down to a lot of these things. If you want to be really simplistic with some of these designs, you can just have, I say just, but the reason why I say just is mainly to make it seem easier. Because I feel a lot of people make these things out to be these Herculean tasks when they really are a lot simpler than you think. Because really, it's just rotating a shelf. It's just rotating a terrace piece. It just looks impressive, for the most part. Beyond that, it's just clever uses of group select. We're not actually taking out a Hydra. That's just what people say we did. Is when it's all said and done, it's actually just a really big snake. And see, again, it's just another shelf. We're just rotating a different shelf. But again, you don't even need to do that one. Just reset this shelf. Take it off. is, yeah, if the second shelf was getting anybody stuck, then apologize. Imagine having a plan. Yeah, I would love to have a plan. I don't think my ADHD would allow that. Getting there. Yeah, truer words were never said. Joyclance posts. I rarely have plans. I just have one idea at a time. Yep. And then at some point, somebody was just like, "Oh, you're so good at making plans," and it's just like, what? I'm sorry, did you just see the train wreck that just happened? It's like, I'm not even sure that counts as performance art. I'm pretty sure in some countries they count. I'm considered a danger to society. Okay, that one's a bit of a stretch. Funny, but a stretch. Yeah, don't get too excited with that toot, by the way. They're still in the same watering stage. I think the second shelf is necessary. Hard to say. As much as I didn't want it to be necessary, I think it is. Sorry. We need to control the yaw. Or at least I do. In order to make this clown car work. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that is. I don't know. I used to be good at planning. Just not so much lately. And then, yeah. Now I'm damaged. point is getting over the, like, I don't know, it's getting the motivation back of getting past the, you know, what's the point of planning? When every plan you plan fails. That makes sense. Do your lurk off. We will see later. Which, speaking of which, on that note, I think I'm not even sure if Illuminate is still hanging around. This took a lot longer than I meant it to. I definitely should have just directed Zombie to the tutorial on earthbending. And made a note about doing a tutorial on caves. Illuminate's question was, they were wondering about rotating the flotsam bookshelf and putting it in the water. Also, hi there, littlest Pikachu. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow, and hope your day is going well. So for yeah, for rotating the floating bookshelf is a bit of an interesting one, only because S6 did some changes recently regarding collision checks, because you know they hate fun. And yes, I say that with gusto. Where's the lie, S6? Where's the lie? Huh. Because, you know, what player in the history of Palia has ever said that they like collision? Because I don't know about you, but I have spent the entirety of my Palia career coming up with ways to get around this one singular message. Something is in the way. So for them to, come right out and say, oh, we improved collision checks. Yeah. They might have, they basically came out and said, yeah, we hate fun. So, getting a floating bookshelf into the water is a bit of a sticky situation. You could have got it onto a gourmet butcher block semi-easily before they improved collision checks. You can still get it onto a singular dessert plate. You should be able to. Right. Of course, after group selecting something like gourmet butcher block. Now, of course, on the other side of this, we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to kind of make a makeshift rudder. Credit goes out to our beloved Drake Lance, who was the first person that I saw make this. Hey, Lily. Give me a moment. I will do my best to give you a hand. And after we place the gourmet butcher block on the edge of the dessert plate, we'll just take the dessert plate off. And reset our shelf. And then rotate the dessert plate one final time. Place it at the edge. Rotate it again. And we're gonna see if this works. We might need to perform item cancellations here and here. And then we go up. There we go there. I mean, it's not the best rudder, but it's also not the worst. As for like getting it out into the water, you just need to use a distance float, which is where you calculate the distance that you, as well as both vertically and horizontally, that you want the item to go. Perform your item cancellation. Place your item onto your anchor. You can reset your anchor by grabbing your higher point, and then your item should be good to go. Can you... Okay. And as a note, if you do sink it too low, like I just did, you can, of course, just like raise it ever so slightly. Okay. Now I can get to Lily's question. Questions. Is there a way to make multiple arches same as each other? Yes, 100%. As long as, if you recall, in the video, when I, like the demonstration that I posted, when I group select all of, when I group select all of the butterflies onto the shelf, if you group select a longer line of bugs, and it's very important that you group select a longer line, not multiple lines, because if you alter in any way where the bugs are from the center of the shelf, Because I'm not sure if I mentioned in the demonstration, but it's very important that you group select the line of bugs to the center of the shelf. Your float calculation changes if your bugs are not in the exact center of the shelf. So if you're noticing, and what the heck is going on over there? If you're noticing any discrepancy, that is probably why you're noticing some variation. It's because your bugs are not in the exact center of the shelf. Next question: how do you get the steps outside of the shelf, or outside of the house? I can show you. Stairs. Because it's very easy. I mean very easy. So when you have the staircase in any of the alchemist rooms, and like any, you can group select an item that's on this staircase or the landing part, and then you can take out the stairs. Now, I would suggest either having a item, like just son of a biscuit. Either like having an item that's like permanently on top of it, or instead of that, having so like most of the staircases on my other plots, you'll see them be attached to like a builder's floor, and that's why, is so they move via the floor. Because otherwise, without the flooring, you wouldn't be able to, or without the flooring or another item somewhere on there, you would not be able to move it. Another question. You sank a pond too low. And now it's attached to a crate. Am I stuck with the crate on the wall forever? Yeah, nuts. You came in at the perfect time because Lily came in with a blitzkrieg of like a blitz of questions. So, um, yeah, I'm sorry. You do need to. Um, I'm sorry to say. I think you do need to take apart the. I think you do need to take apart the pond, if I'm understanding correctly. If you're unable to pick up the crate, then yeah, if I'm understanding the last question in that string about the pond, you can pick the crate up. So if you can pick the crate up, then you shouldn't. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm not understanding the question. Because if you can pick up the crate, then okay. Sorry. Um. Okay. Uh, when I say pick up, I am referring to G, not left click. Are you able to perform G on the item? Is what I mean. You can't perform. Okay. So yeah. So yeah. The answer would be yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. That is something that I do often forget. Is that a lot of people often in various tutorials and other places do use are just like pick up when they mean move. I try my best to say move when I mean move and pick up when I mean place into inventory. So yeah, but it's perfectly fine. That's just glad we got the disconnect cleared up. But yeah, so your intention was yeah. So you could hide the crate. Yeah, this is normally why I try and use flooring to sync stuff like that. At least that's my suggestion. But when it comes to the pond, I might suggest to redo it if there's a crate involved. Only because they can be such a pain, and it does sound like there are issues there, especially if you're saying that like the crate is attached to a wall and it's visible. Okay. Um, okay. Um, Now shifting gears to the butterflies, and it's perfectly fine. Um, As far as I recall, uh, it's one and the same. They like, um, I'm pretty sure they were the same shelf. If I remember the example that I did, I uh, I uh, I just I group selected them onto a shelf that was on a crate, and I moved that shelf to the stairs. Where I need a box. Do I really not have a box? For real? Hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, just one moment. I just wanted to place them down just so I can show you. And thank you for repeating yourself. I'm so sorry. I know how annoying it can be repeating yourself. And not just annoying, but well, you know. Feels like someone's like not listening to what you're saying and just like I don't know how much if how many times I can say this. You're saying the same thing to me. Um, but I hope I understand. Oh, I don't worry. Hopefully it alleviates your concern, but you're not. My main goal here is to help you learn and understand this. So, let's grab a yellow one. Hopefully that works. So when I was mentioning like group selecting, and I'll demonstrate it with just the one. So the important thing to keep in mind is the positioning on the shelf, and only in the horizontal, I guess. Yes, the horizontal. So when you group select it, and you are group selecting it in a, so if you want to do multiple, and if you want to do multiple archways, you just need to do a longer line, which could get kind of ridiculous. But in the reason being that anything beyond this center point your float calculation is going to change. So let me just demonstrate, just so you can see. So we will do 3, and we're going to group select all 3 of these onto our shelf. But instead, we're going to group select them. I swear to Rao. It's because I'm trying to do an example, isn't it? It's okay. We have ways of dealing with this, and it's called the unknowable expanse. We used to be able to just do it in a tent, but then S6 was just like, oh, you think so, buddy? Did you guys see how bad the micro variations were? Ugh, okay, let's go back. That's painful. In any case, oh, it's all good. We do have our next self-care break coming up pretty soon here. Alright, and now, so we go here to it. We go into the center bit here. We rotate one center bit, then rotate one tick that way, face down. Okay, and then we rotate it back and down, over one tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, and then we perform our item cancellation, and then place all of these down. For 30 seconds of self-care break. And see, each one has a different rotation. Depending on where we placed it. All right, I'll see everybody after the self-care break. Much love. Alright, and we're back, everybody. And before the break, we went over in rapid detail how and or why it is important to do a group select of your butterflies in a straight line down your shelf. And this is why. Because you will get 3 different variances or more if you do not go straight down the middle. So, yeah. Um, I think their name is all one word, right? Or is it 2? Thank you. Preach. As a note, I realize that I am breaking my own rule. This is one designer that I do have a standing invitation to see their work. So, at least I do. I think I do. Anyways, let's just move on with our lives. Is it spiders? Spooters. Whereabouts are they? It is. Dang it. I knew it was. I knew it was going to be that. Oh, right here? I mean, it's a lunar fairy moth with builders with pillars. And then there's a, is that a elderwood large lamp? Interesting. There's also the, it's anchored to a paver or something. Most likely. Mainly because it would need something to, yeah, there we go. There's a paver. There's the culprit. That are right there. Most likely it's right there. But yeah, definitely a very cool spider. Is um most likely I I mm, uh, especially between like since the sorry, my brain is still processing. Since we have um since we have a mixture of builders pillars, then we have the paver. I could definitely see it all being anchored to that. The one item that gives me pause is the Elderwood large lamp because I think it's a floor item. However, you could get around that with just using the pillars. That also being said, um, it's kind of hard to tell if there is like a sunken floor. Is that also could be a possibility? But this one's a trapdoor spider. That's cute. I mean, what glitches are you familiar with? We could make it beginner friendly. I mean, sounds cute. Or sorry, for starters, are you a console player or a PC player? That's definitely going to depend if you are a beginner console glitcher, then maybe not. Beginner PC glitcher, we could maybe make it work. Some Crisco and a little bit of Crisco and some fishing line, and we'd be in business. I wouldn't be able to make my own work. Floating and sinking, out of bounds, bowl, rotational. All right. And you're on PC. Okay. Yeah. I hate everything. I might need to reload everybody. There's like a 60% chance I might need to restart my game. Hey. Also, hey, Illuminated. I did. I can do it again after we finish with our current demonstration. If you don't mind. Okay, let's see. Cloth. Hey, we do. Oh yeah, it'll be. Oh, what the heck? Okay, that was some weird lag. Oh yeah. The stream will be public as soon as I am cognizant of it. I've been better about making it or posting it. Wow, I'm not all together right now. I'm so sorry, everybody. Trying to do some parallel processing and it's not going great. Okay. So for what we are about to do, our new endeavor, we are going to need a lunar fairy moth plush, an elder. Here we go, an elderwood large lamp. There was a capital chic. No idea what I was trying to spell there, but that was not it. There was one capital chic table lamp. part of the nonsense. Paper. Good night, Bashy Bash. Thanks for hanging out with us. Also, sorry to hear about your server connection, Toot. We need wooden pillars. And for just for tools, we will need builder's walls, crates, both large crates and small crates, again for shiggles. And why not ramps? Then let's get a shelf in the mix because, you know, rotation is important. Well, that sounds like quitter talk to me. I don't know. The lag hasn't been that bad for me. And in all actuality, I don't know if the lag gets really bad. That just sounds like, you know, who's up for flicking? I don't know. Actually. Before we start, how bad is the lag? Is it that bad? Because normally if it's really laggy, then I bash. Alright, apparently it's not that bad. Oh! Oh, apparently it is that bad. Alright, start your flicking, girls. Apparently the lag is that bad. Oh, wait, no. Where do they even go? Did that... Oh, it's on the ground. Maybe it's not. It might not be that bad. Yep, there we go. Hey, what? I mean, it's still technically... Oh yeah, no. It did flick. Okay. You can't normally place Ivy there. So we did successfully flick. The flick has successfully been fluck. I don't know what's the past tense. Oh my god, Princess, really? It's 3 a.m.? Bella. And Aaron. And yeah, for flicking, lagging, like having an excess of lag, does make flicking easier. That's originally why, that's originally why you, like, mucking with your, like, graphic settings and everything used to make, like, used to be like the play back in like original flicking, um, because it used to lag out your game. But like nowadays, it's just like, who the heck knows? It's kind of like, will flicking work? Won't it work? It's the angsty teenager of the glitching world. Right, you messaged me about the wood pavers. I can. The only thing that I can think of with wood in regards to wood pavers is, are you I meant to message you about that. Is are you placing them on the side and not the corner? Is when placing on the corner, it's hit and miss. But placing on the cardinal points of pavers, like specifically the wood pavers, I am normally good. It also depends on which wood paver we're talking about. I almost exclusively use the small wood paver. I don't generally use any other wood paver except for the small one. Okay. Okay, Poet, how did you probably make this? Okay, if I were to make this, I probably would. I probably would make. So, spider. So we need 8 legs. So 8 pillars on your shelf. Mm-hmm. We might be doing multi-directional rotation for these. Might need to go back and look at it again. Heckin' heck. Okay. That's a plus. They are all the same rotation. At least theoretically. To tap or tip my hat to wood on this one. Or ragtag. Because it's definitely bending my brain a bit. Yeah, okay. It's not perfect, but it's the best I got. And if you wanted to go even further, Hey, Bobby. Please go get some sleep, hon. And I know I get quiet, but that's why the visualizer is up there. Hmm. And you're welcome, by the way. Hmm. Okay. Am I being stumped like this? That's not a great solution, but and the best one I've got. Is there. That one get placed there. Or rather, hmm. Oh, the usual. Helping someone recreate somebody else's work. Sorry, those were inside thoughts. Attempting to. Sorry, I'm not so sure if I said that loud enough, but I'm attempting to make a spider at the moment. That's the plan. Which I suppose I should have. If anybody is arachnophobic. Trigger warnings. Just in case. I feel like there's something to unpack there. Okay. Well, I got 4 legs on. Just 4 to go. And yeah, if you think about it more as like dismembering a spider in reverse. Interesting way of thinking about it. I mean, yeah, I have a weird relationship with not just spiders, but just bugs in general. It's not I'm not phobic. I just don't like them. I have a respect. The way I describe it is that I have a respect for all right things or all things right to live. Just nowhere near me. It's just like I'll like see something just like walking by, and I'm just like, sir, we had an agreement. And then I'll get the cup. And I put a cup in that piece of paper, and then they get relocated outside. Okay, 2 more legs. Or at least for this stage. It's starting to look more like a peacock than a Spooter. Our last self-care break is coming up here. Can't believe it's already that time of day. But apparently that one looked cool. Okay, I will see everybody in a few minutes. Sorry about that. Massive congrats on getting on all your windows done, by the way. Not entirely sure if you meant IRL or in game, but in either case, congrats. Oh yeah, then definitely massive congrats are in order. Okay, just one more. Suckers. Okay. Now that the easy part's done. I mean, technically, you could just go. Oh, right. An oldie but a goodie. You- Yeah, the other side of the merge wall. A bit chaotic, but you know. Pinch. You're most welcome, Lily. hope you have a wonderful day. And thank you for joining us today. Right. Each one of those was a rapid succession item cancellation. It's kind of like the first part of a float. It just helps get things out of the way so you can place an item down. That's just for people who are watching this footage in the future. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, that could work. So there. We just need to get our scooter friend up on a shelf somehow. Just so we can have a good night, Toot. So we can flip them upside down in order to attach their legs. I think we might be a bit basic with our spider's legs. So we're just going to group select pillars that are attached to a crate, but we're going to group select the crate that is attached to the pillar, and that will allow us to attach the pillar to the crate, at least in theory. Whew. Get the feeling that was some of the lag people were talking about. It's okay. Luckily, we are almost done our stream for today. Is that all of them? I guess so. After you get all your pillars up there, just make sure to remove your wooden crates. Make sure you... Oh, there we go. Make sure you count your little arachnid friend. Double check that he does indeed have 8 legs. And now we just gotta float this little friend. And now, of course, we can cover our little paver there. You can either put a bush over it or something I have kind of been having a lot of fun using as a little cover for my pavers is the elderwood end table, because it's literally just some rocks. And you can group select a capital chic table lamp, and boop, it goes right over. And you can group select the elderwood table lamp to move it around. And there was one more thing that went along with this, wasn't there? Right. It did have this big boy, didn't it? There are two ways we can do this. We can either obstacle flick it in, which is the easier way. I say as I completely flub the placement. Unfortunately, that that version is only viable for PC players. For anyone that is playing on the Nintendo Switch, you're probably, or Nintendo Switch, or on any console, you're probably gonna have to use this second version that I'm gonna do, which we're gonna float it. We're gonna float this elderwood large lamp off of one of the pillars. Hopefully, fingers crossed. For starters, we're going to perform a bunch of item cancellations. Here we go, whoop. And 2. Item cancellation there. Item cancellation there. Item cancellation there. Item cancellation there. Just rolling through like Oprah. Just, you get an item cancellation. You get an item cancellation. Everybody gets an item cancellation. This isn't gonna work, is it? Of course it isn't. And why isn't this gonna work, class? That's right, because S6 hates fun. I mean, because of collision checks. Huh. Heckin' collision checks. And flicking flowers. So, I guess we're gonna The only real option then is to float it off of a floor and then sink the floor. And then cast several curses on the S6 developers. All of that last bit is optional. Curse is optional. Is it? I mean, kinda. Shifty eyes. I mean, I'm down. Just give me a hot second, BB. Once I... Oh, biscuits. Sweet. I did the thing. The thing is done. We have a spooter. What did I put it off the grid? Um, Sometimes it's easier to obstacle flick when it's off the grid, or like when it's out of bounds. At least that was an observation made by Mayway. Okay, Drake, I will be over there in a. There we go. You ready? Sweet. Okay, I'm coming. Rim shot. Oh, I didn't even realize I'm wearing the Chesty LaRue shirt today. Oops. Sorry, everybody. For starters, Drake. Every single time I wear those glasses, I am reminded that you were part of the problem. Moving on. Sorry, I love you, but also those second glasses. I don't understand. What? Wait. This that's not what you wanted to show me? Okay. That is a lot. So, what's up? Okay, I'm sorry. Does this username, do they think they're actually fooling anyone with that username? Or is that like their alt? Also, Illuminated Dread Glance does have a tutorial for these. Kira Blood is a mod cat and a YouTuber now. The tutorial should be creating geometric patterns. Also, Drake Lance, you and I have to have a conversation about making a YouTube homepage for yourself. Unless you are perfectly fine with how your YouTube is. In which case, carry on. But that being said, yep, how to make geometric circle art. It's Drake Lance's most recent one. It's down in the promotional promenade. That being said, let me just boop. Because it has been a hot minute since I posted anything in the inspirational tutorial archive. So I just shared it up there. So what's in this, Drake? Oh, so that's how the kaleidoscope effect is happening. That's fascinating. Okay. I was curious. Now I'm not. And 24 cloudfish. My god, you're a mad person. But, so yeah, apparently this is what happens with when you overload the flickering textures. Interesting. Yeah. And I I can tell my my computer is going like into overdrive right now. And it's not like not in a bad way, but it just like in that um like I have like a fan that'll kick in if it needs to for my graphics card, just to keep it from. That's wild. Because of the butterflies. it would be even prettier. Let's just move on with our lives. If you had different colors. But that being said, it is very mesmerizing. I could I could stare at that for hours. Ick, ick. Yeah. The thing about like most of the stuff that specifically me and Drakelance do, we aside from flicking, most of the glitches that we perform, we try to find some way to do it in a cross-compatible way. So like all of these like geometric patterns that Drakelance has here, Drakelance's tutorial is cross-compatible. At least that's what I saw. Yeah. This is not giving me any. Oh, there's a one. There's one singular. Thanks. Thank you for the compliment. We try. Drakelance is definitely a bit. I'm not sure how to say this without it sounding self-deprecating to myself. But I don't know. These days, Drakelance is a bit ahead of myself. And it's not that I'm not trying to discount what I have done. It's just that I've been tired. That's all. So I've been recharging. I've been resting. So, yeah. You made this arch? How? Did you... How did you make the arch? Just confused. Did you do it? There's a plate. I'm confused. Or are there just a lot of plates? Anchor. I'm sorry, anchorless floating, each one separately. That sounds like so much work. That's fair. Also, or I don't know. I wasted so much time this morning trying to get a harvest house on a red present. More time than I care to admit. Just saying. For the settings they used, why would that matter? Are they claiming that they flicked the house on? Fair enough. Something that I was intrigued to find was when I put a red present on the ground, I was not able to get like just on the bare ground. I seemingly was not able to get a pavilion onto the present. It was quite strange. These I was trying to recreate their video. And it was like the second I tried to recreate their video, I started getting results that were outside of the norm. I was just like, okay, this is weird. But then yeah. And then I tried moving to like a different part of the plot. And so I was like thinking it might have been like an elevation issue. And I'm thinking that might actually be it. So like the red present might have to be a certain elevation for it to work properly. What's the water sprouting on the one? So this one has, there is a bellflower fountain somewhere in that mix. I'm assuming. That's the only way to get that water effect. There isn't? What? You. Apparently there's 24 bellflower fountains in that mix. And then the thing on top. My brain is melting, Drake. Got rid of all your pallium. No, I got no. I got nothing. Of course. Sat on a camping chair. The middle part is 24 Chezu games? Really? 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 Gosh. Then what's the white? Is that... Are those the fountains? Or... The white is the... Okay. You're heckin' insane, Drake. Yeah, it's okay. You know, they say crazy loves company, but this is causing me physical pain. In a good way. We didn't yet, but... Okay, yeah. Huh. Oh. Yeah, there's the fish. Huh. Alright. Well, my alarm went off, so we're supposed to raid out now. Thank you for sharing this nonsense with us, Lovey. Go get some sleep. Nah, I'll be fine. We got our spooter down. Our replication of Ragtag Poet's work. Make sure to show your support of their plot this week. Because their plot is open for votes and whatnot. Do I remember who came up with the tent float? Sorry, the what now? The tent float? What do you mean? I need a bit more description. It's the basic thing of this glitch. cancel, place a tent away. It shoots out of the tent. I mean, that's sent you. Okay, you sent me a Discord post about it. Okay. So it sounds like I did not get something. Okay. Because, I mean, that type of float sounds. Oh, sorry, you can send me a Discord post about it. Please do. That type of float sounds very old. And I mean, and when I mean very old, like, I think me and, or like me and voidness, but I think more voidness. Oh, I mean, it says that, it says it in, I mean, it says it in the post that, like, me and Easy Oak came up with like we technically came up with that, like, during like a testing session forever and a day ago. We never actually published anything about it, though. Also, thank you for the reminder. Fair enough. And sure. That being said, like the work that we did, like, was in regards to like a duo float. So anything in regards to like doing it solo would be my work. Yeah. No, shoot. Dang it, I missed the ad break. I mean, sure. I don't know why. I mean, my question is why do you need to use the tent? Is there a reason? You don't? You can also use the pavilion. I'm so confused when we have building blocks. If you when we have a when we have like more accessible structures, does voidness still play? Sadly, to my knowledge anyway, I'm not sure, so I can't comment on it. She at least is not in like the public eye anymore. She I won't get too much into it, aside from she used to live in Russia and had the opportunity to get out of Russia, and to my knowledge successfully did so. And hopefully is doing well, not there now. So, yay. Sorry, Illuminated, did you hear any of what I just said, or were you in ads? Oh, you guys are in ads? Okay, sorry about that. I'll say it again. But I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. That for anyone who is familiar, who voidness is, I cannot comment on whether or not she plays or not. The only thing I can say is that she's no longer in the public eye. So she might still play. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. If she does, and if she sees this footage sometime now or in the future, she also helped me through, not just as a testing partner, but just also as, I probably wouldn't have made it where I am today without voidness. So, yeah. Just credit where credit's due. I get the chance, I definitely will. There's definitely... yeah. Anywho, did we have any final questions? I know Illuminated, you said that you were just going to hop into the VOD for your question. Although it was kind of a quick one, so like I don't mind going through it again. If you'd like. Okay, cool. All right, Drake Lines. You sleep good, sweets, and we will catch you next time. Hey, widget. All right. I must have picked it up, which is actually not a bad thing. So if we just grab our bookshelf, and then a couple of gourmet butcher blocks. And then this way I can actually do a condensed version because the last one kind of went a little bit all over the place. But this time we actually know what we're doing. Kinda. So we're going to need, our trusty wood crate and some type of shelf. Now we're actually going to be using a gourmet dessert plate to combine everything on. Now there are several ways that you can make everything. Personally, I am going to be covering up our little dessert plate with a couple of butcher blocks in order to make the butcher blocks look like kind of a makeshift rudder. This design comes from our good friend Drake Lance, actually, who came up with this. Or at least he's the first one that I saw do something like this. And you're going to need some type of tabletop item in your shelving unit. Can be any kind of tabletop item. You'll know that it's a tabletop item because you can place it in there. All nice and pretty like. And once you have it in there, you're going to group select it. And that's going to let you place on top of your dessert plate. After which we're going to take our dessert plate off. And we're going to rotate it. So our shelf, or our bookshelf, is facing to the side. We're going to flatten out our shelf, put our dessert plate back up there, flip our shelf back down. Now this is when we're going to start getting into some things called item cancellations. Now, for anyone that is not familiar with what an item cancellation is, they're very easy. All they are is when we take our item, in this case our bookshelf, and we're just going to press our number 1, and it has our not so mini magi on it. It has an item which cancels our movement. That's why we call it an item cancellation. And that allows us to place our next item down. And just like before, we're going to move it away, straighten out our shelf, turn our dessert plate around, think for this last one, we might need to do, or do we just need to get that out of the way? Yeah, we just need to get the paver off of the bookshelf for whatever reason. Apparently, it's perfectly fine to have a massive bookcase there, but the paver, that's where the line is drawn. Sand, line. So yeah, again, we place our shelf down, we rotate it. We're going to do our item cancellations. And we're going to put down our butcher block. And take it down. And we should have our nice little boat with a little rudder. From here, there's a couple ways we can get this out into the water. If you would like, let's see if we can, come on. Let's see if we can do this with stone pillars. S6 did something called a collision check change. Basically just means that they hate fun. Wrong things. There we go. What it actually means is that it's harder for us to be naughty. What if you wanted to elongate it and attach two boats together? Oh, well, it's actually much easier than you think. So once you have this setup all done, you can group select the crates. And you can put your boat out just like this. And then you can remove everything. Boop. And no need for an anchor. You just have your boat. Now, if you would like to have a double-sided boat, yeah, you don't technically need an anchor. Not if you use group select, because we're saucy like that. But I mean, the thing is that we already used enough items over here with like the rudder and like the plates that like, I mean, it technically has enough items that like, forgive us S6 that we didn't use an anchor. Now, the thing is that this is fine right here, where the water level is like a similar height to the plot. Where this kind of gets a bit awkward is where the water level is lower than where the plot actually is. So, and that is normally where, like, on other plots, like other landscapes. So, yeah. Anywho, there we go. Harvest house. We have a dessert plate. We just need more things. My brain is frying. We're not at 8 hours yet. We're just getting close. There we go. Okay. There is the thing. So when we put the dessert plate on the shelf, and then we put it on the back side of our merge wall, or our harvest house, which is the merge wall. This is where stuff gets really simple. And I mean very simple. Because we group select our plate. Come on. And just get it centered. And then we flip it. We don't want to be flippant, we just want to flip it. And group select. And now with any luck, when we take this off, it should. Wunderbar. All of that being said, it is currently covering up the shelf. So let's just grab it via the plate, which for good measure we should put our pillar down so we can do our group select shenanigans. Oh, come on. Harry tells you they hate fun. Okay. And there you go. Same deal, just group selected, out into the water. Huh? It's already done. Or, oh, I mean, suppose there is still a tiny bit of a gap. If that bit of a gap does kind of make your brain itch, which, I mean, yeah. I would not blame anyone for being bothered by that. If you do a vertical float or a vertical sink of just like half a tick in either direction when placing onto the plate, it'll collapse it properly. So let me demonstrate. Hmm. Okay, so as I mentioned, so we'll start off just in the crosshairs here. And then down half a tick. I think we accidentally did it again. There we go. We accidentally went down and to the side. Now we'll flip. And same deal. The only issue with this one is that you might get flickering textures like that. And if flickering textures bugs you, like it does me, because I think that's ugly as sin, and it gives me an... Well, yeah. Anyways, moving on. You can do a combination of both. So we just bring it over here. Boop, boop. Flies it off into outer space. And you just gotta find where your dish is. And if that's the case, you will need to perform your trusty item cancellation. Beautiful. No gap. And that was no gap, not no cap. Listen, I think I'm hilarious. Anywho. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is mush. I'm pretty sure I've had, like, more cough drops than I'm supposed to have. But I feel amazing. So what do you do when the water level is lower? How do you sink it without an anchor? So, when it gets a bit dicey when we're talking about like sinking distances without an anchor, because you can technically sink without an anchor. Technically, not easy. It's not technically advisable. Can you do it? Kinda. But it involves like turning building blocks upside down with a shelf, and then like getting another shelf onto the item you're trying to sink. And then somehow getting that item oh please shelf. Yeah, it gets weird, let's just say. Is the way this nonsense works. Because it is nonsense. Is you flip it. And now group select is going to pick up the lowest building block in the assembly. And if everything's upside down, it gets really weird. And I mean really weird. Because now it is going to start looking at what is the, not the lowest here, but the lowest up here. And counting that at what the new ground level is going to be. And then there's all this Mr. Gas about flipping the items around so that there is an issue with collision. So at the end of the day, it's kind of just like, you know what? I'll just use a gosh darn anchor. It's basically what S6 did a while back, is they made this so hecking difficult to use, is that's basically what's happened now. Is that you might as well just use a hecking anchor. This is so ridiculously tedious. And it's just like, did S6 do this on purpose, or were they just incompetent? Or sorry, that was mean. Negligent. That's still mean. But it wasn't a lie. So what I'm getting at here is you probably should just use an anchor for any type of sink that is further than like just a few feet outside of your plot. If you'd like, I can go over how to do anchorless sinks a bit more in detail tomorrow. We are a bit over time today, unfortunately. If you use an anchor, can you sink? Can you sink the anchor and then do the crate method to push it out further? I can't see why not. And thing is, like, when picking anchors, or like depending on like what you're trying to sink or float, like there's a million and one ways to like hide an anchor these days. Like it can be as simple as hiding it in a bush. Or if we pop back to the current project that I'm working on, this entire canopy up there is technically floating. Or not technically, it is floating. It's inside these trees. The paver's right there. Or is paver there, or the paver was on top? In any case, paver's in one of those. And like for the spider, we have like the end table. Love the Elderwood end table is great for hiding anchors. But to answer your question, I think so. If I'm understanding what you are trying to accomplish there. You are 100% able to like perform a sink and then again either group select it outside of the outside of the boundary, or like, or sink that again. So, like, if we go back to the spider again, like this builder's wood floor here is what this Elderwood large lamp is floating out of. It's not the same example as yours. However, like, it's something that's floating, but we did a float and then a sink. So it's kind of the same. We performed a float with that anchor, and then we sunk it off of this anchor here in order to hide it. It was just kind of like the best option we had at the time. It wasn't a great option, it was just, you know, it was the Crisco and fishing line that we had available to us. Oh yeah. On that note, we should find somebody to raid into before we keep going for the rest of time. All right, let's go bug maybe. But lots of love, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. For anybody that's stuck it out this long. If anybody would like, I will be back tomorrow morning. You're very welcome. And of course, just that little reminder that I do end every stream with, that I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams. And I will always and forever hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please continue to keep your dreams just as big, my darlings. All right, I'll see you in the future. Let's get this raid underway. Much love, everybody. See you midnight.